I was promised that my save file was not deleted, and it's true. Oh no, but I'm trapped. Okay, so there's stuff that I still had to do, and I am ready to put this game away, but if I do that, I'm going to forget how to do any of the puzzles. So I still don't want spoilers, but I have looked up a couple little spoilers, such as where do I find audio logs? And like, where do I go to get to certain puzzles? Actually, come to think of it, how do I get into that down there? Oh yeah, like I found that thing on the side of the room that I was stuck in for several hours. Well, later on, so in my looking at stuff, I did confirm my suspicion that there is a caverns area. I was right about that. So I have to find my way into it, and then that probably has a section where it goes through that room. If I had to guess, I'd say the caverns are connected to the movie theater when you get all 6 hexagons, but that's just speculation. That's me calling my shots as I try to exfiltrate myself from here. I don't have a list of where to find all of the puzzles. And I'm told that I can find the number on my save file. The problem is, it automatically loads me in. Unless they mean I have to physically go into my settings and my storage and my save data. Alright, I'm not going to do that. I'm not walking all the way back up here based on a hunch. But anyway, it auto-loads me into my file when I boot the game, and there's no... Oh, I guess I could go load game. Oh, okay. So my number is 424 plus 39. That was the number that I got when I got swept up into the ending sequence. Anyway, I got a map here of audio log locations and where to find the bunkers that have the hexagon pieces in them. Oh hey, this is open now. Or at least this is lit up now. Actually, I think it was before, but I never found out what the rule for this was. Because it's not something easy like this. Right, right. This is the same thing as the ship. I don't know what the rule for colored dots is. It might be when I touch a thing, I can then move a certain number of spaces. Like this one, I can move that many afterwards. Or there's just invisible wall. How mysterious. Oh, hey there, Queen. Don't witness me. I got very cranky last time. It wasn't a good time. Oh, that's right. The hex, there was like an audio thing. Do I need some external clue as to the order to do the hex dots? I'm just weirded out how it stops my line. Well, I mean, I should just try things. Huh. I mean, I'm just poking myself in the dark here. So it's not, I have to tackle the board only in one direction. Well, maybe it's both. Doesn't flash red to tell me what the problem is. So it won't tell me what the rule is. What's up, Queen? Don't burn your tea, Queen. I have absolutely no tea preparation tips to share with you. The only tea story that I have is I inherited a kettle from my late grandparent. And I don't know when it was last washed, and I have never washed it. And it's been over a decade. And so every time someone says, "Oh, you could make some like a hot chocolate or some tea in your kettle that you got," I'm like, "No, no, I don't think I'm going to use that kettle." I wonder if there's another place that tells me how to do these puzzles. Because there's two of them now. There's this one and the shipwreck one. And there's probably more. But I don't know what the rule is. They didn't even try to teach me this in school. Ah, shoot. I thought I figured it out. Okay, touch this blue. I can go back. I can go forwards. I can go down. And I can go up. So it's not once I touch it, I'm restricted in my movement and I can't go beyond that point again. Like once you touch the blues, then you can't go a certain way. What could the rule possibly be? Why does it stop me? It stops me going that way, down and right, but it doesn't stop me from going up and left. After I touch this yellow. Now it stops me from going down. Can't go lower than what I've already done when I touch a blue, which sucks because the blue is right up on top. What? I don't like being loaded into a puzzle and it's like, here, do it, but it never taught me the mechanics. And I've done all of the areas, so there's no area that teaches me the mechanics. Blue and yellow. Is it just that I have an invisible twin? Is that it? Okay, so that one. Those. Okay, so my invisible twin has to get the yellow ones. And I have to get the... Okay. I could do that then. Alright, this makes us both happy. Now that snake wants to go up 2. What? I shouldn't be there. There, now I'm not. No. I want... this. So, no, that doesn't. Yeah, no, that. So that it blocks out the black. It separates it on its own thingy. And then I'll block out the white. Then this one, who is currently there, wants to go to here. Up 3, oh, then over. Okay, so now it's all me. There we go. Invisible snake. That's all I needed to know. And it's for a hexagon. Draw part of a dick and then go in the middle. All right. So I should start marking stuff up off on my map. That is done. There's a whole bunch of audio logs over here on this mountain, and I have no way of knowing which is which. I should rush over to that movie theater and punch that in before I forget it. If I can find my way back there. Does lighting up the dark cloud do anything? Or like, does the dark cloud have any purpose at all? Let me know that. One thing I can do. Okay. No? How is... Maybe I should have took a screenshot. It was start... It would start there and end here, and then draw a dick in the meanwhile. Oh. Yeah, that's right.
So it's absolutely simple what I have to say to you. It's what my teacher said to me. And I'm still deeply discovering the reverberation of that. And it's simply stop looking for what you want.
Give up.
Not cynically stop looking for what you want. Because there's a way of stopping looking for what you want in resignation and cynicism and closing down. But innocently, openly, stop looking for what you want in this moment. Not tomorrow when you have it. But in this moment, to take one moment, whatever it is you want, however mundane or profound, and just stop looking for it. And you will find more than what you could ever want. Because more than what can be wanted is already who you are. It's too simple to be grasped, but absolutely, completely realizable. If, and it is a huge if, of course, you are willing to give up your hope that what you want will be found in the next thought, or the next activity, or the next day, or the next man, or the next woman, or the next teaching, or the next experience. So that's huge. That's the challenge. And I've blessedly traveled to Australia to challenge you in that direction, that directionless direction. It's so simple that it has to be said over and over, because it just slips right by the mind. And if it's said over and over and in enough ways and then not said, it can just be revealed. Not as something new, but as something absolutely fresh. Not new, but fresh. Who you are is not new, but it is always fresh. Who you think you are is old and dead. we just keep trying to think it a little better, squeeze some life. Is that clear? It is? Because that's really the basis of what I have to say. It's not a teaching. It's not a belief system. It's not a way to live your life. It's not a should stop. It's not an if you stop, you will be rich and famous and universally loved and never have a sad moment. None of that, I promise. But if you're willing to investigate for yourself without believing it or learning it or hoping to get something from it, just a pure investigation out of the natural curiosity of the human mind, just to investigate for yourself what is here when I stop trying to get anything. And how much of that is here? And where does that begin? And where does that end? And then the question, am I willing to trust that? And then the challenges get very big. But we'll get to that later.
Well,
Any questions about what I just said? Want me to say it again? You already are everything you want, only maybe not in the way you imagine what you want. And it's that imagination itself that keeps you from discovering that you already are everything you want. So if you just take this evening as an experiment to give up any imagination, any image of what you need to be totally fulfilled, just give it up. It's just an image, just a thought. Maybe a spiritual thought, maybe a worldly thought, a relationship thought, a career thought. Just give it up. And directly discover what's here, unthought, unimagined. How's that? Good. Good.
long story short, desire is the root of all suffering. Okay, I wanted to... You mean maybe... So the really long candle clip ends with a white dot. Oh, do I just gotta draw it again? Oh, is it the other one? Or do I have it backwards? Yeah, I have it backwards. So, like, I can start to pester this white dot. I see the sparkles coming. That is the start of a environment puzzle. Doesn't line up with this, though. And I thought, well, maybe it lines up with something else. I gotta go stand beside. Maybe up on here and I look through the bottom. Maybe up on there and I'm looking down at it. And the reason this clip is so long is so that I can set it and run all the way up there and get in position to then use that dot somewhere else. But that is a worry for another time. Let's go to the desert. Whoops. No, it's not currently in a good position. I wonder if I meant to spin it and then stop it at a certain position. Because I'm kind of annoyed that oh, I think I know why I couldn't get off. Because I've already used this line. No idea how I would get to the third one though. Like if I could make it go around the other way, maybe? It's been half an hour and I've done one puzzle. I'm like, I can get down here. So do I ride this now all the way around to get off on the other one? But how to get onto the third one is now a huge question. But that's not what I was doing. What the heck do I do with a dark cloud? Or a lit up dark cloud, rather. All right, time for this nightmare. Oh yeah, I couldn't figure out how the singular dots could possibly work. So this one can be here, 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 or here. And none of those touch any of these. This one can be here, or here. It could be here, but it's not, because it has to be touching one of the sides. Feel like it's got to start like this. But then I don't know what to do with these hollow point tetraminos. No, that's absolutely not. So that one has got to... This one's got to be like this, I think. Because if it was up against the wall, I wouldn't be able to do this. Like I'm not able to do this. Well, I guess I could do this. So if I end there... But then I'm not able to do this part. Like that's too short. Hollow point tetraminos. I wonder if they can combine with the Pac-Man pellets. And it's like, it's okay if I leave one uncollected in the same cell as this, like that. And leave one there. Leave two here. Of course that's not correct. Subtraction. But I can't get them in the same thing. Is there any way? Is there any shape? Like if these were here And that one's here. I can't rotate that one, of course. What if it's something like that? Then I couldn't do this one. Yeah, none of that makes any sense. I've reached the part where I'm really impatient. I'm tired of staring at my TV for hours. I just want to know what I'm doing so I can do it. Damn. Boy, do I want to cheat. The urge is high. And by cheat, I mean read the rules. I'll solve it, but what fucking game am I playing? The blue cells need to subtract pieces off of the yellow Tetris pieces. But they're not close enough to the yellow Tetris pieces to be included in the same grouping. So I don't know what they're doing by themselves when they're unable to reach. I've never had that interaction. What if I just pretend that they reach? Well, there's already enough blue pieces to completely eradicate two of these. And of course, nothing flashes when I solve it wrong to tell me what rule I'm breaking or which piece is being used incorrectly. So I can't do anything to trial and error a rule for myself. I can't teach myself. I can only take wild stabs at the dark, not understanding anything until something works. And that won't teach me, that'll just open the door. This one can rotate. So it could be like this, or it could be like that, except it can't because then I can't get these Pac-Man pellets. The only thing that makes sense is for it to be like this. Like the only thing that makes sense is that. I can't even get over there when I do that. Can't rotate that one. And then I can't even get over here to do what would be that, but lower. Like those. But without trapping my line. And then also being able to reach the exit. And grabbing all the Pac-Man pellets. And then I don't know with the blue hollow points. I need to erase 4 cells somewhere or the blue ones would be flashing. You'd think they'd be flashing. So I can make both of them, like I can make this a 1 and this a 2, or I can get rid of this completely, or I can make this a 3 and get rid of this completely. And like, I wonder if these can erase these, but I have no evidence of that. Good. Oh, that needs to erase too. No. I have no idea. Like, I don't even know how to draw the line so that I hit all of the dots. Reduce that to a 1. And I can reduce that to a 2. If I can find my way back there. Well, I mean, not anymore. Like, I can't do that now. I can't do that because of this. I can't come back and do it. I could do that. Reduce this to a 1. But I can't do this. Having things not flashing red to tell me which parts I'm not getting is the worst part. Because I have no fucking clue and it refuses to tell me what the rules are. The marsh. Or the swamp. Well, but were there any swamp puzzles where the blue dots and the tetraminos were really far apart and didn't touch each other? Like, this is a huge grid, 6x6. Everything's super spaced out. Yeah, at the end. All right, let's go check our homework. Let's also see if we can grab audio logs along the way. 2 audio logs on that one island over there. I should go to the start and try to pick up all the audio logs. Is there one around here? Is it down there? It's applied to be somewhere in this vicinity. Knowing my luck, it's underground. And yeah, I'm spaced out too, Queen. Ugh. Now to see if I can even get into the swamp. I think I repaired the bridge. Okay, swamp. Now, which ones did I do last? Let's see, in blue, that was very basic. Gotta wait for this. There's also purple there. I went in there, solved a puzzle, and nothing happened. And that was after I turned on the laser. What's up with that? Purple didn't have blue ones. And we still got these that I can't activate. Did I see a sparkle? No. I saw a green floaty. I want blue to black. Such busy work. Huh? Nothing, nothing, that, and nothing. So... Okay, but... Okay. And then those all eradicate each other. I get it. But I also have to draw the line. I get what you're saying now. Now how the hell do I get out of here? I'm down here. There's an audio log here. Here. Maybe. This map of audio logs is very not useful. It only has vague areas. So now the question is, how do I draw the line that collects all of the dots? Okay, so if there's 4 worth of dots, then I have to nullify the the T piece. So I have to draw my line in such a way that all of the blues are in the same grouping as the yellow piece so that it's nullified out, and then draw the 3 piece connected to the side in whatever alignment I choose. But there's only 2 that would actually work, so it'd be one of those. Alright, now I understand the assignment. So ignore that, but make sure that it and these are all in the same thingy. Like, I can't do that. Nor can I do that. Damn. Because that's pretty good, right up until that part. Also this part. This part is also bad. There. Whoops. Whoops. There. See, once I know what the hell I'm supposed to be doing, it's fine. Around the top and zigzag out the bottom. Whoops. And by around the top, I actually mean around the bottom.
And so, by a backhanded, upside-down argument, was predicted that there is in carbon a level at 7.82 million volts, and then experiments in the laboratory with carbon show indeed that there is. And therefore, the existence in the world of all these other elements is very closely related to the fact that there is this particular level in carbon. But the position of this particular level in carbon seems to us, after knowing the physical laws, to be a very complicated accident of 12 complicated particles interacting. So I wish to illustrate by this example that an understanding of the physical laws doesn't give you an understanding in a sense of understanding significance of the world in any way. The details of real experience are very far often from the fundamental laws. There are, in a way of speaking in the world, we have a way of discussing the world which you could call, we discuss it at various hierarchies or levels. Now, I don't mean to be very precise, there's a level, there's another level, and another level, but I will indicate by describing a set of ideas to you, just one after the other, what I mean by hierarchies of ideas. For example, at one end, we have the fundamental laws of physics. Then we invent other terms for concepts which are approximate, who have, we believe, the ultimate explanation in terms of the fundamental laws. For instance, heat. Heat is supposed to be the jiggling, and it's just a word for a hot thing is just a word for a mass of atoms which are jiggling. For that, fundamentally, we should think of the atoms jiggling. But for a while, if we're talking about heat, we sometimes forget about the atoms jiggling. Just like when we talk about the glacier, we don't always think of the hexagonal ice snowflakes which originally fell. Another example of the same thing is a salt crystal. Looked at fundamentally, it's a lot of protons, neutrons, and electrons. But we have this concept, salt crystal, which carries a whole pattern already of fundamental interactions, or idea like pressure. Now, if we go higher up from this, in another level, we have properties of substances like refractive index, how light is bent when it goes through something, or surface tension, the fact that the water tends to pull itself together, is described by a number. I remind you that we have to go through several laws down to find out that it's the pull of the atoms and so on, but we still say surface tension, and don't worry when we're discussing surface tension of the inner workings always. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. Go on, up in the hierarchy. With the water we have the waves, and we have a thing like a storm. We have a word for storm, which represents an enormous mass of phenomena. Or sunspot, or star, which is an accumulation of things. And it's not worthwhile always to think of it way back. In fact, we can't, because the higher up we go, we have too many steps in between, each one of which is a little weak, and we haven't thought them all through yet. If we go up in this hierarchy of complexity, we get to things like frog, or nerve impulse, which you see is an enormously complicated thing in the physical world, involving an organization of matter in a very elaborate complexity. And then we go on, we come to things, words, and concepts like man, and history, or political expediency, and so forth, which is a series of concepts that we use to understand things at an ever higher level. And going on, we come to things like evil, and beauty, and hope. Now, which end is nearer to the ultimate creator, or the ultimate? Or if I make a religious metaphor, which end is nearer to God? Beauty and hope, or the fundamental laws? I think that the right way, of course, is to say that the whole structural interconnections of the thing is the thing that we have to look at, and that the sequence of hierarchy, that all the sciences and all the efforts, not just the sciences, but all the efforts of intellectual kind, are to see the connections of the hierarchies, is to connect beauty to history, is to connect history to man's psychology, the man's psychology to the working of the brain to the neural impulse to the chemistry, and so forth, up and down, both ways. And today we cannot, and there's no use making believe we can, draw carefully a line all the way from one end of this thing to the other. In fact, we've just begun to see that there is this relative hierarchy. And so I don't think either end is nearer to God's. And to stand at either end and to walk out off the end of the pier only, hoping out in that direction is the complete understanding, is a mistake. And to stand with evil and beauty and hope, or to stand with the fundamental laws, hoping that way to get a deep understanding of the whole world with that aspect alone, is a mistake. And it is not sensible either for the ones who specialize at one end and the ones who specialize at the other end to have such disregard for each other. They don't actually, but the people say they do. But that actually the great mass of workers in between, connecting one step to another, are improving all the time our understanding of the world, both from working at the ends and working in the middle. And in that way, we are gradually understanding this connection, this tremendous world of interconnecting hierarchies.
If you're expecting science to give all of the answers to the wonderful questions about what we are, where we're going, what the meaning of the universe is, and so on, then I think you could easily become disillusioned and then look for some mystic answer to these problems. How a scientist can take a mystic answer, I don't know, because the whole spirit is to understand. Well, never mind that. Anyhow, I don't understand that, but anyhow, if you think about it, the way I think of what we're doing is we're exploring. We're trying to find out as much as we can about the world. People say to me, "Are you looking for the ultimate laws of physics?" No, I'm not. I'm just looking to find out more about the world. And if it turns out that there's a simple ultimate law that explains everything, so be it. That would be very nice to discover. If it turns out it's like an onion with a million layers and we're just sick and tired of looking at the layers, then that's the way it is. But whatever it comes out, its nature is there and she's going to come out the way she is. And therefore, when we go to investigate it, we shouldn't pre-decide what it is we're trying to do except find out more about it. If you said your problem is, why do you find out more about it? If you thought you were trying to find out more about it because we're going to get an answer to some deep philosophical question, you may be wrong. It may be that you can't get an answer to that particular question by finding out more about the character of nature. But I don't look at it. My interest is in science, is to simply find out about the world, and the more I find out, the better it is. I like to find out. There are very remarkable mysteries about the fact we're able to do so many more things than apparently animals can do, and other questions like that. But those mysteries I want to investigate without knowing the answer to them. And so altogether, I can't believe the special stories that have been made up about our relationship to the universe at large, because they seem to be too simple, too connected, too local, too provincial. The earth. He came to the earth. One of the aspects of God came to the earth, mind you. And look at what's out there. How can you... It isn't in proportion. Anyway, it's no use arguing. I can't argue it. I'm just trying to tell you why the scientific views that I have do have some effect on my beliefs. And also another thing has to do with the question of how to find out if something's true. And if you have these theories, the different religions and all different theories about this thing, then you begin to wonder. Once you start doubting, just like you're supposed to doubt, you ask me, is the science true? We say, no, we don't know what's true. We're trying to find out. Everything is possibly wrong. Start out understanding religion by saying everything's possibly wrong. Let us see. As soon as you do that, you start sliding down an edge, which may be hard to recover from. And so, with the scientific view, well, my father's view, that we should look to see what's true and what may not be true. Once you start doubting, which I think to me is a very fundamental part of my soul, which is to doubt and to ask. When you start to doubt and ask, it gets a little harder to believe. You see, one thing is, I can live with doubt and uncertainty and not knowing. I think it's much more interesting to live not knowing than to have answers which might be wrong. I have approximate answers and possible beliefs and different degrees and certainty about knowing things. But I'm not absolutely sure of anything, and there are many things I don't know anything about, such as whether it means anything to ask why we're here and what the question might mean. I might think about it a little bit. If I can't figure it out, then I go do something else. But I don't have to have an answer. I don't feel frightened by not knowing things, by being lost in the mysterious universe without having any purpose, which is the way it really is so far as I can tell, possibly. It doesn't frighten me. So there's two left. I'm still waiting for the one that has a dot on the side and the one that has a green dot on the other side. I have them already. Well,
And there are many things I don't know anything about, such as...
I have the one that has the dot on the top, but I don't know where to draw that to.
So it's
This is just a static shot. Oh.
Only what is demonstrably true about the world. And the reason why so many people may be thinking about throwing away those crutches.
Oh, I
is
did it the
because
wrong way.
Thanks to people, this scientific knowledge is hard to take because it removes the reassuring crutches of opinion, ideology, and leaves only what is demonstrably true about the world. Got people in. This scientific knowledge is hard to take because it removes the reassuring.
Like, that's clearly that, but
ideology,
like it can't back up anymore.
only what is
They can't make the dots small enough.
got people in. This scientific knowledge is hard to take because it removes the reassuring crutches of opinion, ideology, and leaves only what is demonstrably true about the world.
I do need to redraw them. What? I don't?
Any purpose,
How come it didn't work the first time?
as far as I can tell.
This scientific knowledge is hard to take because it removes the reassuring crutches of opinion.
Oh, I need to be
ideology,
closer, not
and
farther.
leaves only what is demonstrably true. Understandable. Got people in. This scientific knowledge is hard to take because it removes the reassuring crutches of
Okay, where am I going?
ideology and leaves only what is demonstrably true.
Oh, good. I'm glad I picked that right.
Thinking about throwing away those crutches is because, thanks to science and technology, they have begun to know that they don't know so much, and that if they are to have
I'm looking for like half of a dot on that side.
full, they have to be helped towards that knowledge that they know exists and that they
That
know
wouldn't
exists.
work, would it?
And by help
No, they're completely wrong sizes. If I view it from like way up top, maybe. Like if I look down the hole. Maybe that stretches out the stuff enough. But those leaves cover the screen. I need to do it from the walkway, which I haven't found out how to get onto yet. Alright, well, whatever. 2 audio logs on the Reflection Island, which I know I didn't get because I did it before I found out there were audio logs. One of them's down low. One of them's up high. It's not over here.
Formerly, you appeared to me, O Lord, as invisible by every creature because you are a hidden, infinite God. Infinity, however, is incomprehensible by every means of comprehending. Later, you appeared to me as visible by all. For a thing exists only as you see it, and it would not actually exist unless it saw you. For your vision confers being, since your vision is your essence. Thus, my God, you are equally invisible and visible. As you are invisible, as the creature is, which exists only insofar as the creature sees you, you are visible. You, therefore, my invisible God, are seen by all, and in all sight you are seen by everyone who sees. You who are invisible, who are both absolute from everything visible and infinitely super exalted, are seen in every visible thing and in every act of vision. Therefore, I must leap across this wall of invisible vision to where you are to be found. But this wall is both everything and nothing. For you, who confront as if you were both all things and nothing at all, dwell inside that high wall which no natural ability can scale by its own power. Nicholas of Cusa, 1453.
Dang, that whole thing, and I didn't find the other one. It seems like it would be sitting here with these cushions, right? There's sometimes at like the chairs and rest spots, things like that. But according to this crappy map, it's at this topmost corner. It's in this corner somewhere. I wonder if there's a better map I could use. Upper cliff. Like way upper? this brought me back to where I was. It's not sitting on top of that thing. Maybe I don't need to get all of the audio logs. I should mark off the one that I did get, though. Man, this map I got sucks. I need a better one. Approach the laser path, don't go up the final steps. Oh, you're right. I never did come this way.
One nature, perfect and pervading, circulates in all natures. One reality, all comprehensive, contains within itself all realities. The one moon reflects itself wherever there is a sheet of water, and all the moons and the waters are embraced within the one moon. The absolute of all the Buddhas enters into my own being, and my own being is found in union with theirs. The inner light is beyond praise and blame. Like space, it knows no boundaries. Yet it is even here, within us, ever retaining its serenity and fullness. It is only when you hunt for it that you lose it. You cannot take hold of it, but equally you cannot get rid of it. And while you can do neither, it goes on, its own way. You remain silent, and it speaks. You speak, and it is done. The great gate of charity is wide open, with no obstacles before it. Young Cha Tashi, circa 700.
I completely missed whatever that one was saying. I don't even know the subject. Alright, then there's another audio log somewhere. Maybe inside, maybe not. The moon encompasses its own reflection. Huh. Because to me, a reflection is something that's completely without of the subject. So, for as enormous as the moon is, it cannot encompass its own reflection. And a reflection cannot encompass its entire subject because it's only seen from one side. Unless they're saying that the moon, like a reflection, the piece of the moon that you see in the reflection is in the moon, but also so is a bunch of other stuff. So the moon is bigger than its reflection. It has more sides and more stuff to see. Maybe that's what they're saying. That makes more sense. All right. I can't find this one. Maybe it's down in here and crunched up against the wall. It's not that far away. It says it's like further this way than that panel puzzle was. It's like from that panel puzzle, it's like over here. Sitting at the base of the puzzles. Jeez, where are the puzzles? There's these ones. In the green area. What? Oh. Oh. Completely away from here. Man, my map sucks. Oh my gosh. Come on, man.
The physicist Wolfgang Pauli once spoke of two limiting conceptions, both of which have been extraordinarily fruitful in the history of human thought, although no genuine reality corresponds to them. At one extreme is the idea of an objective world, pursuing its regular course in space and time independently of any kind of observing subject. This has been the guiding image of modern science. At the other extreme is the idea of a subject, mystically experiencing the unity of the world and no longer confronted by an object or by any objective world. This has been the guiding image of Asian mysticism. Our thinking moves somewhere in the middle, between these two limiting conceptions. We should maintain the tension resulting from these two opposites. Werner Heisenberg, 1974.
And I got the one over there. It'd be weird if the other one was also up here. I'm imagining this is the more south one and the other one's over there. Up on the gate. You're right.
I am standing on the threshold about to enter a room. It is a complicated business. In the first place, I must shove against an atmosphere pressing with a force of 14 pounds on every square inch of my body. I must make sure of landing on a plank, traveling at 20 miles a second around the sun. A fraction of a second too early or too late, the plank would be miles away. I must do this whilst hanging from a round planet head outward into space and with a wind of ether blowing at no one knows how many miles a second through every interstice of my body. The plank has no solidity of substance. To step on it is like stepping on a swarm of flies. Shall I not slip through? No. If I make the venture, one of the flies hits me and gives me a boost up again. I fall again and am knocked upwards by another fly, and so on. I may hope that the net result will be that I remain about steady, but if, unfortunately, I should slip through the floor or be boosted too violently up to the ceiling, the occurrence would be not a violation of the laws of nature, but a rare coincidence. These are some of the minor difficulties. I ought really to look at the problem four-dimensionally as concerning the intersection of my world line with that of the plank. Then again, it is necessary to determine in which direction the entropy of the world is increasing in order to make sure that my passage over the threshold is an entrance, not an exit. Verily, it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a scientific man to pass through a door. And whether the door be barn door or church door, it might be wiser that he should consent to be an ordinary man and walk in, rather than wait till all the difficulties involved in a really scientific ingress are resolved. Arthur Eddington, 1927.
Got that famous "eye of a needle" quote in there.
Of all the communities available to us, there's not one I would want to devote myself to, except for the Society of True Searchers, which has very few living members at any time. Albert Einstein, 1924.
Oh, dang, that one was short. So this one's somewhere around the curve of the lake, but I can't see it from here. Probably down here. Somewhere near this secret dog. The secret jump scare dog. Not at its feet, not hanging from its collar. Not up on the tree. I'd hope that it's not buried in the grass. But having one hidden behind a post kind of makes me think that that's the game this guy's playing. Maybe it's more over here. It's like, yeah, it's like right at this curve. According to my terrible map that's incorrect and wrong. It has dots in the general area, but not the exact area. So it'll say something like, oh, it's at the tipmost corner over here. The dot overlaps the water. It's so close. And then you find out, no, that's not where it is at all. Like on one of these rocks would be a good place to put it. Oh yeah, I should watch out for that. Ones that are in caves. Well, and then here's this hexagon. Look at all these things I've never done. So these are all the ones that are in like the starting area. Oh, in here? Yep. Oh, that's this one. That's a
Your
different
question
one.
is the most difficult in the world. It is not a question I can answer simply with yes or no. I am not an atheist.
There's still one over that way.
I do not know if I can define myself as a pantheist. The problem involved is too vast for our limited minds. May I not reply with a parable? The human mind, no matter how highly trained, cannot grasp the universe. We are in the position of a little child entering a huge library filled with books in many languages. The child knows someone must have written those books, does not know how, doesn't understand the languages in which they are written. The child dimly suspects a mysterious order in the arrangement of the books, but doesn't know what that is. That, it seems to me, is the attitude of the most intelligent human toward God. Albert Einstein, 1930.
2 panels over here. I'm sure I've got them, but I need to see them and confirm so I can cross them off my list. How come this door is closed? Yeah, what are you closed for, door? With stairs leading down. What were those panels? Yeah. Knowing that some of these are going to be down in the caves makes my map even more useless. It doesn't have a separate thing for caves. Which direction would I want to go in if I wanted to get into the caves? Should I just get all of the hexagons? Does that do it for me? Is it like a physical location that I should go and find a secret door? The building with the yellow glass door. Or this one? Well, you're right. I never did this, that's for sure. Maybe I gotta do this to turn on the sound. Oh, it's broken. Here, do some sound puzzles, but without the sound. Okay. I don't know if that means it's right or wrong. Oh, maybe I gotta make a match? Hooray, new things. So because of the intense light, it's very likely that this isn't the actual colors. No, of course not. So is there anything I can do? Ah, blue light. So, okay, this is a control. Wow, that hurts. Ouch, my eyes. Yep, this is the one. All right, hold on. So, blue. Dark, 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 dark. Should make this bigger. And then dark, dark. Can I get a bigger brush? Big fatty? Yeah, there we go. Oh no, it sucks. Damn it. All right, how about delete everything? And then zoom in. close. It still sucks, but it's a little bit better. Ba 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 da ba ba. And then light blue is that, and that, and these four. All right. Green. Oh, I should do both puzzles. No, let's focus on one. Dark green is this, and this, and this. That's all the same. But it's this one. And then light green is the other ones. So those ones are green. Like, and then these ones are green. And lastly, ooh, dark red is this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and light red is everything else. Huh. Okay, now we switch it to a neutral color that doesn't hurt to look at. Ah. So these three are the same. That one is different. These three are the same. That one matches all of these. All of those are the same. But I gotta get to the exit. So it's fine if those are different groups. But those ones are different. And those don't match any other group either. I've run into the exact same problem. This is a different color than anything else. These three are the same. These three are the same. This and all of these are the same. So like, that is fine. These three are all the same, and this one's different. Shoot. If only those were the same. Okay, hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on. What? This one. This one was in that group. No, it wasn't. I did that. Did I not? That one was absolutely correct. I guess I gotta like pair some up. I'm really happy with this line too. That's wrong. How did I have it where it worked? I mean, I guess I didn't, and that was the whole problem. Yeah, that's what I did. Okay, why is this wrong? All of those are the same color. Those three are the same color and they're isolated. Those three are the same color and they're isolated. That one's isolated. That one's isolated. Those three are the same color. Why would this not work? Like, unless it's something where I gotta be pairing up similars. Or I gotta... Because like when I did these before, it's like it would change depending on the light I viewed them under. Ooh. Can I just do it this way? Here, let me start over. Delete. All right. Blue. Matching that, the blue ones are here, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. The red ones are that, and that, and that, and that, and these. So those ones are like purple. Oh, and this one down here. And the green ones are these. So those are like white squares? Those four? But now I'm seeing that those are different colors actually when I do it like this. And then these ones are black. They're always black. Okay, now I have a very different, well, it's not that different. somewhat different. That one's a red square. Black and red. And then green and something else. And then those. And then these are white. Of course not. Of course not. So this would be purple. These would be brown. These would be white, I guess. Maybe these are yellow. These ones are probably yellow. This one's like teal. These ones are green, black, and red. But how does it want me to split them up then? Why? I did that. I just did that, and you said it was wrong. Now you're telling me it's right? All right, whatever. It's the exact same solution. I just have my lines in a slightly different place. And now it takes it. Which makes me wonder if these lines have to match up with something else. What if knowing nothing? I mean, that obviously won't work because I got isolated things. But all right, let's start again. Blue is here and here and here and here and these ones down here. And green is here and here and here and here. And red is here. So these ones are white. That one's purple. And it's these ones up here. And it's these ones over here. And then black ones that never lit up. So, that's a problem. I do see that they're inverse of each other. Like these and this. And then this and these. So I would need like a... keep these apart. And then those together. Okay, that's right. So I don't have to split up these groupings per se. I just gotta... I gotta do something like this. And then escape. Because that would work. Isolate a pair of each. But I have to let these other ones all intermingle. So I can't like draw a line that cuts it off because they have to crisscross to the opposite corners. Or do they? Because if I cut off these two, these two, and these two. Well, I mean, that's just the same. That's just the same thing. Oh no, that one absolutely does not work. But I can cut off those. I can do it like that. I can do it like this. No, not like that. But isolate these two. And then I want this one and this one out. And then I want these two out. And then I want these two out. Well, okay then. No reward? Nothing opens up or unlocks? I mean, that's fine. I did puzzles, though. Alright, close that. Back to the crappy map. There's like 3 of those solo panels dropped on the ground in town. 2 of them are kind of together, supposedly in this area. And one of them's like more up north by the lake. Actually, it's like right here. Or something. Or it's up top. Well, actually, ugh.
Oh, my God. How does it happen in this poor old world? That thou art so great, and yet nobody finds thee. That thou callest so loudly, and nobody hears thee. That thou art so near, and nobody feels thee. That thou givest thyself to everybody, and nobody knows thy name. Men flee from thee, and say they cannot find thee. They turn their backs and say they cannot see thee. They stop their ears and say they cannot hear thee. Hans Dank, circa 1520.
Let's see, yeah, north of the laser. Yeah, I'm guessing that's that one. Bunker with a hexagon. And also there's a panel somewhere. Were they connected to this somehow? No. Okay, but there is this panel, and this panel is, this is like south, right? Yeah, that's the start area. That's the peninsula. So there's one panel here. And then there's another panel nearby. But where, I cannot say. It might be like down in the caves, I guess. But it remains that there should be a well, I guess the last hexagon thing could be down in the caves too. It should be like right around in this area. Just hop down here. Freight container, media room, like the theater. Oh yeah, that's right. There was one in the theater. And up on a roof. Which roof? Let's visit all the roofs. I've come back to be suspicious of this closed door. No way onto a roof. Oh, what about up on this roof? No? Red roof, broken chimney. Ah, yeah. That one's hiding pretty good. Okay. But there's a hexagon somewhere in this vicinity. Not this vicinity, but like just in general. Unless the windmill counts. But I think there's 6. Because the windmill had like a window I could look down into. And usually that's what the places with the hexagons have. A spy window where I look down and see a mysterious box. Like this. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, I did get that one. So maybe this blue dot does mean the media room, or the video room, the theater, the cinema. Because I got 2 left, and I'm missing 2. I might as well go try the shipwreck again. I know I got the random panel over here, but I gotta see it with my eyes to confirm. Yeah, here it is. So I got this one. And there's some mysterious audio log somewhere over in this area. I can't find. It doesn't say it's on that thing, it says it's off to the side of that thing, on the mainland. Hanging out by this tree would make sense. Why would I need to... I'd need to change that color so that it matches the other clouds. And I would do that if I intended to draw a line through the clouds. But from where? Like that could maybe be the circle. And those make a line. Maybe I have to be up on the mountain or something. What was inside the quarry building? Also, hey, who put this down? Oh, audio log. Thank you.
What is divine in man is elusive and impalpable, and he is easily tempted to embody it in a concrete form, a church, a country, a social system, a leader, so that he may realize it with less effort and serve it with more profit. Yet, the attempt to externalize the kingdom of heaven in a temporal shape must end in disaster. It cannot be created by charters or constitutions, nor established by arms. Those who seek for it alone will reach it together, and those who seek it in company will perish by themselves. Hugh Kingsmill, 1944.
One around here somewhere. And there's also another audio log over here in this section somewhere. Somewhere, could be anywhere. pathway up to a shipping container. Hey, what's this? Oh, it only stays open for a short time. I had opened it. It just closes itself. I don't know. I'm feeling like the audio logs are a lot less important than in the bunkers. I should head to the shipwreck. Work on that. There's also... You say one that comes later. That one's probably underground then. It says approximate location here. I get there by going through the castle, right? Just now remembering that part of what I got to do is reset those puzzles and draw them in a different way so that I can solve them from up top. And it's making me very tired. Okay, there's an audio log on the shipwreck. I did that. I know I got that one. And I remember Queen made a remark about it. You were talking about inexperienced captain causing a shipwreck because of his inexperience. This looks like something I trace, but I have no idea where I would stand to do it. Okay, so if this one's like that other one, there was a panel here, right? And I did the loose panel. Yeah, I got that audio log, and I can tell I got it because it's darkened. Is it over here? It says it's... Well, it says it's after this, but it also says the audio log is the first thing. got to go further down to get to the real puzzle. All right, assuming it's... Oh, I gotta listen. Look down a hole from the deck outside. Oh, I might as well do that first. Oh, there it is. And I hadn't done it. Okay, now for the real one. Huh. Because I can't tell if it's the dripping sound is supposed to be my audio cue for what size to do these is. Is it the music sting? When does the loop start? It's not just to get all of the dots. I do have to get them in the right order too. So if I get that, and then that gets that. And then high note. And medium note. Huh. Okay. What do we got? We got 3 medium notes, 2 high notes, 2 low notes. Maybe I'm supposed to be getting the tones for one sound, and the other invisible snake is supposed to be getting the tones from another sound. No idea which, though. I'm just trying to get him in random sequence here. Give me just one moment. I'll be back in a sec. Hydration discarded. Alright, I'm going to turn up my TV again. So I need it just sounds better. starting from up here. Hmm. Ridiculous. All right, it's like it's a spiral again, but missing that chunk. And it goes out, I think it's like this. I guess it's like a cross. Inner circle, make a cross, and go out like that. Okay, that's it for the shipwreck. No, that's not it. Starts here and ends there. How did it go? How the heck was it? It was that kind of a shape. Looked at it upside down and thought it was cross-like, so it's actually like this. I go around all of these, only to end up there. Was it diagonal? Right and up to get the top hex. Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Know yourself as the open, empty, luminous presence of awareness. Open because you say yes unconditionally and indiscriminately to all appearances of the mind, body, and world. Like empty space, you have no mechanism inherent within you that can resist any appearance. We don't have to make this the case, it is already the case. Empty, because although you, I, this aware presence, is aware of thoughts, sensations, and perceptions, it is not made out of a thought, a sensation, or a perception. It is made out of pure knowing or awareness. And luminous, because just like the sun, relatively speaking, that renders all objects seeable. So you, I, this open, empty presence, renders all experience knowable.
Oops.
In fact, we don't really see objects, relatively speaking, illumined by the sun. We just see reflections or modulations of the sun's light, appearing as a multiplicity and diversity of color. In the same way, we don't really know the objects of the mind, body, and the world. We just know our knowing of them. All we know, all that is known, is the knowing of experience. And you are that knowing. All that is ever known is a modulation of our own knowing presence, modulating itself in the form of thinking, sensing, and perceiving, and seeming to become a mind, a body, and a world. But we never actually know a mind, a body, and a world as they are normally conceived. We just know our knowing of them. And this knowing, the substance of our experience, the only substance of our experience, is ourself. In other words, we know ourself alone. Awareness knows nothing other than itself. Be knowingly this open, empty, luminous presence of awareness. We don't need to do anything special to make this happen. Above all, we don't have to manipulate the mind in any way whatsoever to be this presence of awareness. This presence of awareness, which is simply our self, what we refer to when we say I, is ever present. Just check this in your own experience. Nothing that I am saying this evening, there is nothing that cannot be checked in your own direct experience right now. I bring no special knowledge to this meeting. I don't have a store of knowledge which I am disseminating. I'm just, within the limits of language, trying to describe the current experience. Ask yourself, do I know anything other than now?
Yes.
Try to experience the not now. Try first to experience the past.
You mean remember something?
It's easy to experience a thought about the past. But what about the actual past to which this thought refers? Try to experience that.
I mean, I had done
Can
when
you
it
step
happened.
into the past? Can you go 1 second into the past? Or 1 second into the future?
I go 1 second
go
into the
there.
future all the time.
But what about you? Really try to go there to make sure that this is not just an interesting philosophical conversation, but that it is actually your experience. That the past and the future are never experienced. And if the past and the future are never actually experienced, they are only thought about. And that thought about the past and the future is always now. If this past and future are never experienced, what does that say about time?
The good thing, though, is you can punch him in the face and he'll never experience it.
Towards a non-existent future. It's a theory, a necessary and valid theory, but a theory that doesn't refer to the reality of our experience. Nobody has ever or could ever experience time. When I say nobody, I mean yourself, awareness, the only one that knows or is aware.
Dude, buy a clock.
When I arrived off the plane from London in Washington, D.C. last weekend before coming here, the friend who picked me up asked me how the flight was, and she said, "How long did it take?"
And you told her that the flight never happened?
And I experienced thought being cranked up like an old motor, a little resistant to get going. And for a moment, I could feel the cogs of thought almost moving, trying to work out how much time the flight had taken.
I mean, look at your ticket, it
Because
says.
in my experience, it had been now all the way.
Is it still now? Are you still on that plane?
I had never left London. London had left me. I had never got onto an aeroplane, a flow of sensations and perceptions that thought abstracts and calls a body in an aeroplane, flowed through me. And I never arrived in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. arrived in me, or at least the cluster of perceptions that thought calls Washington, D.C. arrived in me. In the same way, nobody ever walked into this room, and nobody is sitting on a chair, and nobody is listening to a talk.
I am. Quiet, you.
Colourful flow of sensations and perceptions appears in awareness. But awareness never goes anywhere or does anything. It is always here and now, not here a place and now a time. Here, this dimensionless, now this timeless presence of our own being. That is our experience, whether we recognize it or not.
Hey, Dwarfette.
The mind may feel a little
We're just
rebellious
going
when it
slowly
hears this.
through the stuff I missed.
It may say yes, 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 that's true, but there is an undeniable continuity to my experience. And this undeniable continuity would seem to be evidence of time. Where does this felt sense of continuity come from? All we know of the mind is the current thought or image. And thoughts and images are intermittent. The body is known through sensation, and all sensations are intermittent. All we know of the world is perception, that is, sights, sounds, tastes, textures, and smells. In fact, nobody has ever experienced a world as such, a world as it is normally conceived to be. We just know the current perception. And all perception is intermittent. So if the so-called mind, body, and world are intermittent, from where does this felt sense of continuity come from?
The brain.
It comes from the only thing, if we can call it a thing, that is truly continuous, or in fact not continuous, but ever present now in our experience, and that is our own being, the presence of awareness. The presence of awareness is the only thing that is known to be ever present.
Especially when you're asleep.
Now the mind knows nothing of awareness because the mind only knows apparent objects. So when the mind looks at experience to find what it is that accounts for continuity, it cannot see awareness. And so it manufactures a substance called time to account for the continuity of experience.
That's not why we manufactured
In other
time.
words, continuity in time is what eternity looks like when viewed through the narrow slit of the mind. Permanence in space is what the infinite, unlimited nature of awareness looks like when viewed through the narrow slit of the mind. Continuity and permanence are pale reflections at the level of the mind of the true, eternal and infinite nature of awareness, that is, of our self.
Oh, let's see, what else? Don't forget to hydrate, chat.
What else can we say about ourselves from our actual experience? Which means right now, what can we know for certain about ourselves? Not what thought may tell us about ourselves, but what we actually know in this moment, derived only from our experience of ourself. Ask yourself, can I, this open, empty, knowing presence, can I be agitated? Thought can be agitated.
I'm being agitated right
Sensation,
now.
the body can be agitated. The world can be agitated. But what about you, the one that knows the apparent mind, body, and world? Can you, this open, empty presence, be agitated? See, in your experience right now, that you
Are agitated.
are, and this of course is just an image, are like an open, empty space, such as the space of this room. Nothing that appears within this room can agitate it. We are all sitting peacefully now, but if we were to stand up and start dancing or fighting, would the space of this room become agitated? You are like that. You, I, the presence of awareness, are undisturbable, imperturbable. We don't need to become imperturbable, and this undisturbability of ourself is not dependent upon the condition of the mind. Right now, you, awareness, are utterly imperturbable, and for this reason, another name for ourself is peace. Peace is not a quality that ourself has, it is what ourself is. Not peace of mind. Minds are more or less agitated. This peace that passeth understanding, that is not of the mind. It doesn't have to be sought. It is not hiding in the background of experience. This very awareness that is seeing, hearing, knowing, is pure peace itself, shining in all experience, however apparently agitated that experience may be. Ask yourself, can I, this presence of awareness, ever lack something? Thoughts can say that something is missing. Feelings can say that something is missing. But what about you? Without referring to thought or feeling, is there the slightest motive in you to avoid the now and replace it with the not now? See that in yourself, this presence of awareness, there is not the slightest impulse or possibility to avoid the now. And what do we call this absolute absence of resistance to the now? The absolute absence of resisting what is and seeking what is not. What is the common name we give to this? It is called happiness. We all know that when we are happy, we are by definition not resisting the now and seeking in the past or the future. By happiness, of course, I do not mean a pleasant state of the mind or the body. I mean this absolute impossibility of ourself ever to resist or seek. To resist what is and to seek what is not. So happiness, like peace, is just another name for ourself. It is not a quality that ourself has. It is what ourself is. What else can we say for certain, based on this current experience about ourselves? When I was driving here, or being driven here, the day before yesterday, from the airport in San Francisco, I was looking in the wing mirror of the passenger seat, and I noticed the words inscribed at the bottom of the wing mirror. And they said, "Objects in the mirror are closer than you think." A statement of pure non-duality. Objects that appear in the mirror of consciousness are closer than we think. How close to a mirror are the objects that appear in it? Are there in fact two things? One, the objects that appear in the mirror, and two, the mirror? Or is it all just mirror? All we know of the apparent mind is the experience of thinking. And thinking is just a modulation of yourself, a modulation of knowing or awareness. All we know of the apparent body is the experience of sensing. And sensing
have fun
is
at
a
work.
modulation of yourself, awareness.
See if you can find any mysteries at your job
All we
site that you
know
can solve.
of the apparent world is the experience of seeing, hearing, touching, tasting, and smelling. These are all modulations of knowing, modulations of ourself. In other words, we never truly know a mind or a body or a world. These labels are just abstractions that thought superimposes on the intimacy of our experience. From the point of view of experience, which is the only real point of view, experience is much closer, much more intimate. So close as to not admit the possibility of two things. One, myself, awareness, and two, the object that I know. Even that is an abstraction. It may be a useful stepping stone, a halfway understanding to conceive of thoughts, sensations, and perceptions arising in awareness. But nothing arises in awareness. The only substance of all experience, the only substance of thinking, sensing, and perceiving is already awareness. What do we call this absolute absence of two things? A subject that knows and an object that is known. Take now the experience of hearing. Go to the sound of
Oh my God.
air conditioning. Forget about the labels sound and air conditioning. Our only knowledge of the apparent air conditioning is the experience of hearing. How close does hearing take place to you? 5 meters away? 10 meters away?
Why, the air vibrates within my
Refer
very
only to your
skull.
experience, not to what thought tells you about sound. Where is hearing? Is it close? Intimate? And in the experience of hearing, can you find two parts? One part that hears, and another part that is heard? Or is it just one seamless, intimate substance called myself?
Don't forget tinnitus.
And what about this room? Thought says, I, the inside self in here, sees the room, the outside world out there. But what does experience say? All we know of the apparent room is the experience of seeing. Remove seeing, and the room vanishes. In other words, we don't know a room. We just know the experience of seeing. Does seeing take place 5, 10, 15 meters away from yourself? Or is seeing utterly intimate?
The photons excite the rods and cones within my very eyeballs.
And can you find two parts to the experience of seeing. One part that sees and another part that is seen? Or is it just one seamless, intimate?
Yeah, I like the Feynman clip. That one was very interesting to listen to.
And what is the name, the common name we give to the absolute intimacy of all experience? It is called love.
It's true, I do love vision.
Love is the most familiar experience that we all know, the collapse or dissolution of the sense of a self in here and an object, other, or world out there.
And that's not true.
The collapse of this sense of separateness, distance, otherness, not me-ness, is what we call love.
I think you'd call that symbiosis, actually.
Love is just another name for non-duality. If we call it non-duality, there's just a few thousand of us in the world that are interested in it. But if we call it love, or peace, or happiness, then all 7 billion of us are interested in it.
8 billion now. 8.2 billion now.
So why is it, if love, peace, happiness are the natural condition of all experience, the substance out of which all experience is made, how is it that
I feel like love is like the exact opposite of what he's talking about.
It is because of a single
Like, it's
thought
not like there's something I
rises
like.
in awareness.
Like,
made
say I love
only
ice cream.
of awareness,
It's like, boy, I really love
which
ice cream.
imagines
Ice
that
cream
awareness
is myself.
shares the limits
I am all ice cream.
of the thoughts,
It's, no, this
feelings, and sensations
object
appear
that is separate
within.
from myself is important to
It
me.
is like imagining that a
And
mirror
that it is
shares
separate
the
from me
limits
is
of the
why
objects
I
that
want
appear in it.
more of it.
With that thought alone,
Whether it's a person or a thing or whatever.
the ever-present, unlimited awareness, which is what we are, seems to acquire or take on the apparent limits
You can't
of the
see
body
it,
and the mind.
but off camera, Jaden Smith
as-
is wildly writing down notes.
The screen seems to take on the limits of an image.
How can we love if our eyes aren't real?
As a result of this imaginary collapse or contraction of our self, unlimited, eternal awareness into a body and a mind, these qualities of love, peace, and happiness are seemingly veiled. And it is for this reason that the self, the separate self that thought imagines us to be, is always, by definition, on a search in the imaginary outside world for the apparently lost love, peace, and happiness. However, this imaginary inside self cannot, by definition, find the love that it seeks, because its very presence, its apparent presence, is the veiling of that love. All the separate self seeks is love. In fact, the separate self is not an entity that searches, it is the activity of resisting the now and seeking the not now. All this seeking ever wants is love. But love is the dissolution of this seeking, the dissolution of this imaginary self.
thus disproving my own
In other
point.
words, the separate self that seeks love is like a moth that seeks a flame. The flame is all the moth wants, but it is the only thing it cannot have. Because as the moth touches the flame, it dies. That is its way of knowing the flame. It becomes the flame as it touches it. That is the separate self's way of finding love, by dying in it. The death or dissolution of the separate self is the experience of love.
So in the eternal now, was the moth always dead in the flame? Or is it always alive, seeking the flame?
So simply be knowingly. This
You would.
open, empty, luminous presence of awareness, whose nature, whose inherent nature is love, peace, and happiness.
Understanding
Not
and respect.
a love, peace, and happiness that is in the background of experience that has to be sought, but that is shining in full view at the heart of all experience. In fact, experience is made out of this substance called peace or happiness.
Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Put like half of a white circle on the edge of the screen. In my mind, there's lots of applause. That was possibly the dumbest thing I've ever heard. There's a funny tweet where Toby Fox says Part 7 of Deltarune will be delayed until they can develop the technology that hurts players in real life. I think that Jonathan Blow found it 10 years ago. Alright, so there's one hexagon left. What is required of me? Acorning to my map. The 2 dots are probably... like, 1 dot is probably the media room. And then the other dot's probably underground. And all this time I still don't know how to get underground. I only find all of the doors from underground that open from the other side. There's 3 of them now. 4 of them, actually. And I don't know how to get down there. I don't know where to go. And I don't know what to do with this cloud in the sky. Maybe if I go up on the mountain and get a good clear look at the sky, something will happen. Like, what's this? What's this? From there? Does that come up out of a cave? Where is that even? On the other side of the positron laser? Okay. Yeah, that's kind of... Oh no, that's the cave I go into. Yeah, there's the panels from this side. Oh, there's that ledge, that overlook. All right, what's next? What's next? What am I doing? Where do I have to go? Yeah, I did that one. I did that one. Oh, there's more than 2 things that the laser can do? I will solve the cloud puzzle. What area do I have to go to find a vantage point? Do I go up on the mountain? Do I do it in town, in the castle? Where do I stand to do the cloud thing? And then I'll find the vantage point from there, but narrow it down for me. I don't want to run all the way to the top of the mountain only to find out, no, that's wrong. And I can change it back. But let's see. This one, the one that it refuses to go down, is to the mountain. And this one will be... That and many others are nothing because the beam is missing, or rather hitting the back of this. So actually let's do the ones where we know that it is hitting. And then cloud, and then nothing. Oh, you mean see what all lasers, as in what happens when everything hits the mountain? Maybe it does something when I'm up there? Relatively close to the dark cloud or to here? I'll try to fix this cloud. Town and keep. Alright, let's try the top of this first. If I can find my way up here. Keep, maybe. Oh, right, I already looked for that. There was like a panel puzzle here somewhere, right? Why does this one seem unsolved? Like, I see the shape of that cloud looks like half of a circle. And that I would make like a path in the negative space between the clouds. Ooh, it's got to end there, huh? I do got to come in here and grab this. I got to separate these, but I got to draw this. With that connected. So I got to have... It's a great question. I need to separate these. But I can't just, can't come at like this. I gotta, at some point, do something like this. And it doesn't have to be both of them at once, but it has to be something like that. This one probably ends like that. No, because it has to be in there. I need something like that. But also, I need that. And also I need that. And also I gotta grab this and this. I don't gotta grab those both at the same time though. But how do I separate these when I got this thing to deal with? I can't put a line here. So, whites belong to this side. Like all this. I gotta pin the other ones to the wall. But then how do I do that? Like here in this corner, with this broken. Because I could do that, but then how do I separate those? I can do this. There. That's dots and those. And then I draw my fancy shape, which looks a little something like this. Except now I need that other shape up in the top corner. How do I add that other shape to what I got going on right now? I gotta separate those. And that was so good before. But also split that. Somehow. I like this part. Can I do this before I do it? No, I can't. Because I can't include that. So I need to be like coming down this way. So this line needs to go up to do that. Yeah, because that's what I had before. Can I rotate that piece in a different way? I mean, I could, but what would that do? That doesn't help me. Oh, that's right. It doesn't have to be right there specifically. If these are all a contiguous shape, I can move them all around. I keep forgetting about that. Like I could have that 4 long down at the bottom. And then something, something. Can I make it reach all the way up to touch this? I'll put my 4 long flat at the bottom because that's where I have the most space. And then I can have 2 standing up. No. Okay. That stands up. Then there's a 4. Then there's a 3, and there's a this. But then I gotta hit that one. I gotta... We'll just move your pieces around. Two of these, they're both the same. And then, okay, and that piece, and then that piece, and then that piece. But I need the 4 long in there somewhere. So I could turn this one like that, so that it's like that, and put the 4 long here. No, I can't turn that one like that. Where would the best place for the 4 log be? I mean, at the bottom is nice and out of the way. And then I just need one of these to reach up. One of those to grab that. but it doesn't reach the top. So I gotta stand one of them up. I gotta stand both of them up. No, one of them. So this piece is accounted for because of that 4 long. And then one of these. Or even just this guy. And then another one of that guy. And then one of those. Yeah, okay. Puzzle. Anyway, back to looking at clouds. Up on a tower is probably not the answer. But I'd need... Maybe it's just like the big open area right outside the keep, where I have lots of space to move around and adjust. Because it seems like the approximate area, then how about in between the two? Lots of space for activities. That half chunk taken out. That very round bit of cloud looks very much like a circle. Then again, that round bit of cloud looks like a negacircle. But what would I push this into to make a full circle? That. Oh, it's thinking about it. There we go. Hooray! How many cloud shapes are there? So the notch, I probably need to go to the desert. Problem is, I don't see a second notch to try to line it up with. Shape of that cloud is suspicious. Very line-like. Ooh, we're getting somewhere. A little more that way, maybe up the mountain. Yeah, like, I gotta get up the mountain. Well, if I was coming up here, I should have redirected that laser. Alright, so not all the way up at the top of the mountain. But where then? Because down there's too low, up here's too high. There's like 2 halves of my circle. I just need to like go north. So close. I need to be like in this missing space where there isn't any ground to stand on. It's so close. Like there's nothing here until the top of the mountain. But the top of the mountain is the wrong spot. I need to be like top of the waterfall. Just keep making it worse. What about over here? Like way, way over in swamp area. Maybe the other side of the swamp. No, this is too far away. It changes the scale. But I don't think I need the other... I don't think I need the storm cloud lit up for that. Then again, I didn't need it for that other one either. Still haven't changed the storm cloud. Or used the storm cloud. Keep getting lost out here because it's such an inconvenient layout. Oh, maybe I used that. Yeah, for that line, definitely. I used that cloud. So I'm going to change the laser. I can almost kind of see it. There's the circle, there's the line through the clouds. I just need to be a little bit over. There's nowhere to stand. Down there is wrong, up here is wrong, and there's nothing in between. And it'd be more that way. So what do I get for all lasers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? Three, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Am I I can't be missing one. Why do I only see 11? Surely I didn't miss a whole area. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Am I missing a whole area? $11 is what I want? Okay. I thought there was 12 for some reason. So what does 11 lasers do for me? Oh. Also I got this. Oh, did I just... That's just the same thing that I just did? So how do I get to the caves? My tummy's a rumbling. Look straight. Am I down? Out? That's still the river. This thing? On the bottom of it. So now I go check out the basement? Or is it something else along the way? Hope everyone likes elevators. Oh, he's got a puzzle now. He didn't have a puzzle before. It's that thing with no rules. It acts like it has rules sometimes, but it doesn't really. They are all triangles, right? Because when it's one triangle, it means you gotta go ahead one extra spot. When it's two triangles, it means you don't do that. So when it's three triangles, maybe you gotta go under the bottom. No, they didn't. Not at all. Like, the stray panels had inconsistent rules. And no, they don't flash. This is once more figure it out. What could the rule possibly be? Up one, up two. It's like 1, 2, 3. Maybe I gotta have a 3 movement in anything where I'm touching it. No. 3 movement. 3 movement. 3 movement. I'm so hungry. Lunchtime was 5 hours ago. So, even if I did understand what the stray panels were trying to teach me, because like the rules seem to be different on each one, I never found any that had the triple triangle. So even this would be, I don't know what these are. If it's one triangle, I gotta move past it. And if it's 2 triangles, then I kind of do like a staircase. And if it's 3, then maybe I gotta do like a... do a swerve. Thought so. And I gotta solve it from this angle. Everyone loves games where the rules are not explained. And it can't just be like avoid the triangles. Because you can't, really. I don't know if the direction of them matters. Because they all point in the same direction. Alright, think. The rule could be literally anything. It could be literally anything. It's a brand new element, there's no tutorial. It can't be a thing that already exists, because otherwise they'd use those different symbols. So it's not trace out a shape. It's not separate them, it's not pair them off. It's not add and subtract. I wonder if the rule was just something about like the value 3. No, that doesn't make sense. Maybe it's the stuff outside has to be 3 for each of these. So like that's 3. Oh, I can't do that. That's 3. That's 3. Can I make a shape that has a bunch? So that's 4. That's 8. What do I need? 9, 12. I need 15. So that's 8. I can make that bigger. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Wrong. Well, I came up with a rule. And solved the puzzle using that rule. I came up with another rule and solved the puzzle using it, but that is also wrong. That is not the rule. Just guess what my rules are. Yeah, like if, like sometimes it flashes when you get stuff wrong, and it tells you which elements are not working correctly. If it did that all of the time, consistently, this would be a much better product. I might need to ask for a hint about what the rule is. Only some of the tiles would have been flashing from the complicated line I drew. Which complicated line? This one? I was close with one of my rule guesses. Also, hello Ketty, how are you doing? So which rule guess was close? The one where... What were my rules? That the number of boxes outside of the capture point have to be equal to the number of pips inside the capture point? Or the one where I needed a number of tiles equal to the number of pips, like +3. So like this 3 dot would need an extra 3 included with it. And then this one needs an extra 3. So it gets these ones. And then that one needs an extra 3. So it gets those ones. And then that one needs an extra 3. So it gets those ones. And this one gets an extra 3, so it gets those ones. Doesn't have to do with tile numbers. Okay. I'm not counting tiles. It's about drawing a line. And I have to start out rubbing along the side of one of these, and I have to end rubbing along the side of one of these. Because I'm thinking, well, what if they're like signposts that tell me I gotta turn? But then gotta turn twice or something. But then that would just drive me straight into a wall. Oh, I found a ton of them. But the rules were inconsistent. When it's one triangle, it's you move past it once. And then it's like a tiny puzzle. So it's like you move past it once and then you're there. And if it's two, then you do a little step ladder kind of a thing. So that might mean how many turns you put in your line. So So now I've got to do like 1, 2. Three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and no, that's not it. Do you think I can figure it out? Have you met me? I got this far because I whined, how do I get to the caves? For 4.5 hours until someone told me. Alright, so... Alright, one of my things was close. And you were probably talking about this. One, two, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Casual non-stream run, what are those? Pardon me. My throat is getting bored. Let's see. have tried something like this. I still have no idea what the rule is. You guys just keep saying, oh, I'm close to figuring it out, but I'm still exactly where I was. I'm not sure what that means. I hope it doesn't mean that there's someone more popular than me with the username Rigawer that I didn't know about. Alright, so let's go back to this happy shape that you said was close. What's wrong? Someone much more popular than me with a similar name. Awesome. Top one near his foot is wrong, and the one towards the end is wrong. So the ones on those two sides. Is this what you're talking about? Well, this is just door open, isn't it? All right, finally. This one's really throwing me off. Gotta keep them separated. So I need something like this along the top. entirely. I need this line, except it reaches the goal. Do it the other way. Well, no, that's no good because it has to be this to keep those separate. I have to end with that. So I end with that. And before that, I need that. And before that, I need that. And that's why this is broken. But it's fine. It's a puzzle jamboree. All right, well, we'll start here. Yeah, thought so. They are both the same number. So how do I get the same shape out of these? It doesn't seem that hard. And I'm imagining I got to do something like this. So it can't be too big. Let's see. Okay. I've got the shape. I'm just trying to figure out how to fit them in now. Because, like, this piece. It's basically one of these, but with an extra bit. So the extra bit, here I'll draw it like this. It's one of these, but with an extra bit. And so the extra bit, it's like one of these. And then, but I got to do it where they're facing the right way. Do they face the same way, or at least an opposite? I think I just had it backwards. Can't rotate them. Can't rotate them. That's right. Can't rotate. So I have that, or I have that. But up there, I got to do them higher. I got this plus this. Or, if and you prefer, oh, that was close. I was just one off. Nope, nope. No, that's the wrong one. I almost had it. I had it in my brain. Cannot rotate. But I can slide around. So if I have something captured, I could do like that. That's not what. What did I just have in my brain? Can I make this shape with that? No, I can't. I can make this with the bottom. I can't make it with the top. Can I make this shape with the bottom? Hell no. Those are my top pieces put together. Can't rotate them. And I gotta put them in such a way that they include the instruction tiles. So all these all these this, that, which, by the way, is quite insidious. It's not impossible. Oh, but I gotta get... Yeah, I mean, that works. Huh? Oh, yeah. Hey, a shortcut would actually be very nice. Oh, that's just that. So furthermore, there's all these and all these. So here's what I'm thinking. There's probably enough here, especially considering how hard they are and how long it'll take me to solve each of them. There's probably enough here for another segment. Also, I am starving, and I want to take a break, because it's been 5 hours. I wasted so much time running around looking for audio logs. Oh, hey, look at that! Hey, look at that! Oh, where do I stand? Yeah! Even if I just come back tonight. Oh, I don't know, it's kind of late. Taiji is similar to this one? Oh, maybe. I found this game was a lot more engaging earlier on. And the more obtuseness that they shoveled on top of it started to turn me off. When I got the ending yesterday, I was very cranky and kind of rude in how I handled it. So yes and yes, but no. It's a touch only one side. Okay. So how the hell do I touch only one side of this? By going up the top. So it has to be that side. It could be this side. Corners probably count. Corners do not count. I never even knew that there was a secret passage back here. What would I have thought all those times coming through here if I just like pressed into this bush and like glanced down at all this blue stuff? Okay, well that's another shortcut. That's an even shorter cut. Did I get that? No, I didn't. That's an entirely different thing. Oh no, I think I did. Yeah, that's the end of that line. It's not the start. It's not half of a circle. It's the end of the skyline. There's also the final hexagon. Is the final hexagon a thing down here? Is it like one of these reveals a hexagon box? It's a salt-inducing thing down here. Well, all the more reason for me to take a break before I try to tackle it. I see how. No, because that would be 3. So it's got to start out going underneath. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Corners don't count. 1 for both of those. 2. Tisk. I know what it probably is. It's not, but it would be funny if it was just this. Yeah, that doesn't work for those. It might be, no. That idea is poor. Anyway, I'm not going to figure it out. I'm going to go eat some food. And then I can tackle this some other time. I was planning on being finished with it this weekend, but if I put it in my backlog and come back to it months or years later, I'm going to forget everything. So I'm going to try to bang this out as quick as I can. I'm not going to do every shape like that guy. I'm not going to do all of those. I'm probably not going to find all of the audio logs either. But I'm going to do the cave next time, and then after that I'll go around grabbing other stuff until I run out of time and fall asleep. But is anyone up? Is anyone doing anything? Yeah. Let's go do something completely different. Actually, no. Let's do something completely different, but chill. This is the same kind of brain set as this game, at the very least. Anyway, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for watching. I hope you have a great day, a great rest of your weekend, and go Team Canada.